My name is Gloria May. Today is December 7th, 1994. I am here to interview Pearl Wiesenfeld Lang, who is a survivor of the Nazi Holocaust. I am doing this under the auspices of the Holocaust Documentation and Education Center, Incorporated. The purpose of this interview is to add to the oral history of the Holocaust so that through this living memorial, future generations will know what happened. With this knowledge, we hope to prevent any such occurrences in the future. I want to thank you very much for being with us here today. And we're going to begin by having you state your full name and telling me when your birth date was.
My name is Pearl Wiesenfeld Lang, and my birthday is 1923, April the 10th.
And where were you born?
In Lodz, Poland.
Can you tell me about how many people lived in Lodz?
There was 200,000 Jews, and 200,000 Germans, and 200,000 Polish people.
And can you tell me a little bit about your family? What were your parents' names?
My father's name was Abraham, Avram they call him. And my mother's name was Leah.
And
Nitka.
Nitka?
Yeah, this was her maiden name. And I like to get it into.
Very nice. And did you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes. We were 5 girls and 2 brothers.
And what were your brothers and sisters' names?
My oldest sister was Chaya, Israel, and then I came, and then was Chaim, and Rochele, and Sorale, and Esther. Esther, we called her, she was the youngest.
And how did your parents earn their living?
We had a little weaving factory where you make materials, you know. And it was the most it was work for the family. We all helped. After school, we knew to get there, or Sunday, we would lock up the door from the factory, and we helped as much as we could. And we had a few workers. It was a middle, you know, we weren't rich or poor when it was in the middle. We had a comfortable life.
To what grade were you able to go in school?
I was 16 years old when the war came out.
You were
then
going to
7 years, you go, you know, you start school where you were 7, and you go till 14. You had to go. And then 2 years I went yet.
You went 2 years additional?
Yeah.
Were you in any
high
kind of
school.
special in high school?
Yeah.
Can you remember any incidents of anti-Semitism that happened to you or your family before 1939?
Very much so. I went in a school, though there was a lot of Jewish children there. When outside would be a snow, my older brother had to come and walk me home, because otherwise I was beating, they beat me up and throw stones and said not nice things about Jewish people and things like that. And I always, mother was worrying, whoever was home, my father or my brothers, the older one, they would come and help me out to get home.
Can you remember any particular one incident that happened?
The most of the time, you know, when I was in school.
Now let's talk about the time when Hitler was on the rise in power in Europe before the war came to your country. Did you hear anything that was happening in Germany?
We did, because a year before, a lot of people from Germany came to Lodz. You know, it was a big city, it was an industrial city, and to escape Germany, they came to Lodge. Then we knew something is doing there, and a lot of people from Lodge left to go to Palestine and to, you know, and to other countries, to China, just to escape.
Can you remember any particular thing that you heard at this time? And did your family ever consider leaving?
We didn't really, because, you know, we were a big family. And, you know, my father and mother said, how could we leave the whole family? We you know, we stick as long as we together, we live it through. And then we stayed, but it didn't take too long. They were together when the Germans came in, and there was a big population of Germans in Lodge. The first thing, they start to pull on the Jews with the beard, with the flesh in the streets. And the girls, they used to come with somebody from the Judenrat with a truck and take the young girls to clean the houses that threw out the Jewish people, and they took the homes for the German people where they come when they brought them in.
Okay, so let's back up a minute
And
to the beginning. Do you
yeah.
remember the first day of the war? Do you remember?
I remember.
Can you tell me what happened?
We were staying outside, and scared Germans walked in, and, you know, the soldiers, so sure of them, they marched. And the other Germans who lived in Lodge threw flowers, and they said, we waited for this time so long, and welcome. And then we knew already that we are in trouble. And a night later, and they took away right away the stores from the Jews and things. And down the street was a bakery where I was born in this street and grew up there. I was staying a whole night for hours with a little wrapped in a little shawl to buy bread, because right away we didn't have to. Then when I got to the window and I wanted to pay for it, he said to me, your money isn't good to you here. And he called the German, you know, what they were watching. They pulled me out of the line. And I came home and I cried. Here I thought I'm going to bring, we had yet my sisters were little girls. I'm going to come home with bread. And here I didn't have anything. And they start to take us to work. Every day came the Jewish, the Germans worked with the Jewish committee, you know. They came with them, and the evening we cleaned and we did all those things. In the evening they brought us back. And one day, my mother came, you know, was home, and she watched, and she was always very sad when I left the house. But one day, she walked down the step with me, and she talked to this guy from the Jewish committee, and we knew him, and he told us something. I later figured it out. And she walked down the step with me, and she kissed me, she cried me. And I, you know, when you're 16 years and your mother carries on that you're going away, and you know you're going to come next day home, the evening home. I said, Mama, what are you crying? I'm embarrassed. She took me around and she kissed me. And little did I know, this was the last kiss of my mother. They didn't bring us home. They put us in a jail with all kind of women prisoners, and they start to take things from us, whatever we had to dress. and speak language where we never, you know, we were children from a religious home. And always, I never slept in anybody's house, you know, very protected. As we weren't rich, but I come from a very warm family. The children and the family, it meant life. This is it. Then from there...
You were the only one in your family then on this truck that took you.
Yeah.
And who were they? It was the Jewish committee
The
women
Jewish,
on the truck?
no, there were men who belonged.
But they were
you know,
Jewish?
they had like a Jewish community. The Germans wanted to have their job easier. Then they said they wanted some Jewish people, some Jewish men.
And who took your things?
And
These
when
men?
I was, they didn't take the things. The things, when we arrived in jail, and they put us in the room with the women, with prisoners.
And when was this?
Well, it was right in September, you know. They came in the September the 1 or so, and Lodge was, you know, it's not too far from them. They marched into Lodge, and there were Germans there too. But from there...
How long were you in the prison there? About?
Not too long, a few weeks.
Did you do anything, go out to work?
Yeah, no. You know, the feather beds, or the pillows, they bring the feathers where they pulled from the live geese, and we had to separate them and throw away the middle. Then this we did. This was our work in prison. We put it in such a burlap sacks.
And the prisoners were all Jewish women? All Jewish girls?
The girls who came in with me were Jewish, but the prisoners who we met there, they were the worst, you know.
Oh, they were regular prisoners from before the war.
Prisoners, terrible.
And what was your sleeping accommodations there?
Oh, like a prisoner. We had to throw it in there.
You was locked in with bars?
Mm.
Were you able to communicate with your family at all?
Never heard from them again. Never knew. But you see, my oldest sister was married. And then right when the Germans came in, I think the same week yet, she came home and she lived in a beautiful home. She was engaged maybe 2 years, 3, till they will have everything and then they will get married. And she put the keys on the table and she said to me, Perla, you go in and you take care of my house. I have some flowers there, things. We all love plants. You take care of me and I will be back, you know, after the war. They didn't have yet children. And when they start, so, you know, the Jews hit things, then she left to Russia with her husband. And right when she left, the third day, they took her house away there, the Germans, and somebody moved in, you know. Then she escaped to Russia. And a year later, and maybe it was longer than a year, we received from her one letter, and it says she is in Chelyabinsk Oblast, you know, like, how you would say Oblast, like a big city where you belong to it. Then it was more than a year because she had already a baby. She got pregnant the minute she left. And
where were you when you got the communication from her?
Right.
Still in.
Yeah. Still. We were right when she left, you know. She must have been pregnant when she left, even though.
So you received the letter how long after she left?
Not too long. Not too long. The little girl's name was Miriam, like my grandma.
This is before you went to prison? Before you were taken to the prison?
Yeah.
That you heard back.
That's all what I knew about her, that she was there. She left to Russia. She must have then be pregnant, but she didn't say anything, you know. Probably she knew that my mother wouldn't have left.
So she left before the war broke out.
Yeah, the war broke up, but right, maybe the third, fourth day they escaped. And a lot of young people just left Lodz and they went to Russia. They smuggled to a lot of cities. But how she ended up there in Chelyabinsk, so far away, we don't know. She worked in a coal, how you say, coal grub, you know, where they dig for coal.
Coal mine?
Coal mines, that's right.
So let's go back.
Then she, that's all what I know about it. I don't know, I didn't.
You were in the prison for a couple of weeks, and then what happened?
Yeah, they took us to Majdanek.
And who's they?
Majdanek, the Germans.
German soldiers?
The soldiers in a truck. Majdanek, it was then, they didn't have yet crematoriums. They were just building it. And when we arrived there, it was a terrible thing. We had to undress and go round and round. Young children and older and tall ones. And then one went to the right and one was to the left.
So you undressed first when you got off the truck?
Yeah. They took us in a big, big room, like, and they took away our clothes and they let us go right for, you know, around. Now, he was so well known later, not Bartechka.
So it was one person who decided?
Yeah, just left or right. And we didn't know what's going on. They gave us the stripe clothes. But before we undressed, they told us to put the shoes together, you know. And we should know which one is ours, because we get the clothes back.
Did you get the clothes back?
Never. I got a striped dress.
So you went directly from them deciding which direction you go into a room to get the striped clothes? That was the next step?
Yeah. And it was a terrible feeling. You felt so dehumanized. You didn't get a bra, you didn't get anything, just this big striped dress. And I thought to myself, this smelled like death. I don't know how death should smell. But when I pulled it off my head, I said, who knows how many people were wearing this dress and they're not alive anymore. And every day, if they had those selections, they didn't have a crematorium, but we were getting big stones, and we had to make pebbles from them, and they built roads. Then those pebbles. In Poland, the ground is very muddy anyway, in Majdanek. And we put out the pebbles, and they were hanging and beating to death. When we came back, and it was a terrible time.
And
we didn't know yet from that there are crematoriums or something.
Where were you living? What kind of accommodation?
We lived in one big room, it was hundreds of us. And when we came back, we just lay down on the floor, and somebody who came were lucky to come against the wall. And then we just, like kettles, lay down.
Was there any place to wash?
For weeks we didn't. Later on, they had like one big thing. You went there and put you back under it. because we knew that when we walked around, and if you had anything on your body, they took him away and we never saw him again. We didn't know what's happened. And then you had to keep, and if you wear this thick, the material was very thick and rough on those dresses. And there were lice and all kind of things.
And you said they took your shoes. Did you get any other shoes?
We got the wooden ones, you know, too.
And what were you given to eat?
When we came back, we had everyone. We had like a belt with a striped dress, and here we had like a coffee cup, you know, not breakable, but it had a little ear. Then we hanged it up on the string and what we had. When we came back, we got a little of we stayed in the line, and we got a little bit of this supposedly soup. And a little piece of bread, but it was so heavy. And it was
You said there were selections every day?
every day.
And how did that happen? How did they do that?
When we came back, we had to eat, to undress. And we went around and round and round, till and counted, you know. We stayed in the lines, and we were counted. They called it appel, you know. If everybody's there. And then we went around and around.
So you were working and making roads with these pebbles?
Yes.
And how long were you at Majdanek?
Oh, I was in Majdanek for quite a few months.
And you said they
And
gave
I
you-
worked afterwards. I worked in the back. Like in Poland, they bake sugar from beet. It's like a long beet. It's not a cane like we have it here. And we were digging there and putting those beads. And sometimes we came out, there were ashes and bones on the ground, people who were killed or whatever. The beets grew like that, you know, it's good fertilizer. And after a few months, they took us to a place, Flugplatz, and it's not far from Majdanek. There they built a train who came in like wagons, and in those wagons were clothes and feather beds, you know, those blankets and pillows, what normal people live, shoes, everything tied on together. And by then, we figured out that something, you know, those things are from dead people. And in Flugplatz, they didn't have a crematorium yet either.
How did you get taken? Did they pick
By
certain,
big trucks.
certain people were picked out, or
From there,
from Majdanek
yeah.
to Flug? And you were taken by truck, but it wasn't too far. Was it less than a day's ride?
Less than a day, a few hours just. And when we arrived there, we were like to a commando, you know. Certain people work like, and it was in the winter that I thought, but yet before that, one day I was sorting, you know, clothes, and they fell out. They had like big, you see, Flugplatz is in German, it's an airplane, like they live for the little hangars. They have where they kept it was a Polish airplane thing. But when the Germans came in, they built there, and they kept yet those big places where they were parking the airplanes. And there they put in long tables. And when they loaded out the train and what they brought, the clothes, they brought into those big things. And we sorted like 12 shirts and 12 pair of pants, and we had to tie it down and load it in other trains. What they took it out. We don't know from where those come from, and when we found, Jewish people, and especially in Poland, they brought the clothes from all over, because you could find some letters and things written in other languages too. Then when you opened a package, in Poland especially, they were a very poor country, and Jewish people didn't deal with the bank. You had some money, you bought some gold pieces or jewelry that someday you could save your life. For gold, you always could get something. In the gold and the jewelry we had to put in, there were a big valise, to throw it in there. And one day I opened my package, and there it fell out in a little handkerchief, something tied down. And later on, I felt it felt like it's a watch. And as I was marching with my package, I saw a Polish man came down, and he knew me. Then he said in Polish, they came in and they left at night. You see, they just worked there. But at night, he said to me in Polish, tomorrow, when I come in, you see, I worked there, and there where the big pile of sand is, I'm going to bring you a piece of bread. And I was so happy I couldn't sleep there. Tomorrow I'm going to have an additional piece of bread. And then I had this watch, and I figured when I get there and I take out this piece of bread, I'm going to leave this little package what I found, because he really risked his life, because if they would have catch him, he would, they would kill him the same with me. But I went there, I put it down, and there was a nice, tied on a piece of newspaper. And as I'm ready to walk away, I hear, halt, halt. It means stop. But I figured between thousands of women, I disappear. And I mixed up, but he got me. And he took me to SS office. And this was a SS woman. I didn't call them ladies. She was sitting there, and he tells her that I shachet with the Poles, that it means I made business with them. And just a day before, they hanged a girl between those barracks. They were like golly, between she was a girl from Warsaw. They found by her 10 zlotys, like $10, in the hang there. Then this SS woman gets up and she says to me, you know what, he left me there, and he said she was the whole machike over the camp. And he left, and she said, you did business with the Poles, tomorrow morning you're going to be hanged. Then I said to her, yeah, in this little handkerchief, and she opened, there were diamonds and gold, beautiful jewelry, and she was probably never saw it in her life. She was looking at them, and she was, she said, tomorrow you're going to be hanged. I said, before I am going to be hanged, I tell what you took from me. Then she walked around a little bit and she says, tomorrow morning, you're going to get 25 lashes. She was afraid that I will tell and she's going to have to give it back. And they let me in downstairs. The place was, you couldn't sit down. Stayed there all night. And what had survived me, I thought of those wonderful times I had home, and the holidays, and in the white tablecloths, and how Mama light the candles, and the family around, and my father made kiddush, and all those good things. And I didn't want to think what's going to be in the morning. Heard the rats running around there and all the things. Pretty soon, you know, the night was over and I saw the sun shines in. I said, now I'm doomed for that. And the couple came up. You know, the couple was a Jewish girl who was picked to help them out, you know, to do. The couple came on, and she says, I'm supposed to give you 25 lashes. And here I am in the stripe thing. When you shave, when they shaved out the hair like grows straight, and she says, why should I hit you, and how am I going to do it? You wanted a piece of bread. Then she said to me, you know, I have to hit you, but you yell very loud, and maybe, you know, when I count, I could skip a few. And when I got there, I had to lay down on 2 chairs and pick up my striped dress. And she started with a whip. And the whip looked like a whip and had like macaronis in the air with little stones. Like when she started to whip me, after maybe 4 or 5, I was so numb that I didn't feel anything more, and I couldn't yell. I couldn't bring out anything. Then she said, when she was by 15, she said to her, she's so brave that she has enough. And when she brought me up, I hardly could walk. But I was thankful, you know, just something remarkable. In those years when I was hungry and beating, I never blamed God, because this, I think, kept me alive, because my God wouldn't do that. You know, He's merciful, and we are the children, and we are the chosen people. Then my God, if He could, I blamed the people who did it.
Were you able to get any kind of treatment for your back?
No, it was peeling and it was blue, and when I came up and when we went up, I hardly could. You know, we had like bunk beds to walk up there, and I always wanted to sleep on top, that if somebody pees or anything else, you know, not to be there. I came up and the girls were crying and they put some water and whatever they had to help me. And it took weeks till, and I was thankful to God that God spared my life again. And awful, I think that was the worst concentration camp for me. And one day, it was so cold, then I went on the wagon and I pulled out the clothes to throw in bundles, because I think before they killed him, every package was in a bundle tied down. I threw out a bundle. I heard a man's head was there, wrapped in a blanket like a quilt. When I threw it down, a man's head fell out with black hair. And I screeched and I screamed, and they were laughing, you know. It was so funny to him. But somehow, I don't know, we survived. And I'm gonna live to tell.
And you said it was cold, it was wintertime. Did you have any coat of any kind?
Yeah, I did have a coat, because in the clothes there where we were sorting, we were allowed to take a coat. But, you know, from time to time, and the assessment says, you know, well, you have to take it off, and you got beat, and you beat too. That's why I liked to go in the wagon.
Were there any selections done at this camp?
Oh, we had selections. They called this contingent, you know, like every 4 weeks or every second week, they came in, they count like 10, 20, 50, 100. And they took him over, they took her away, and they were never brought back. And we didn't know what had happened. No paper and no things.
Was it all women workers at this camp?
Just women.
And how long were you there for?
Oh, I was there for quite a bit. One day on a Sunday, you know, it was supposed to be the day of rest, and they were counting us, and we stayed for hours. There is a very cold, you know, cold. The weather is cold, and we used to have, you know, when we went inside in the packages, take the shoes and put it in like a ball, like in a burlap sack, and bring it in a big hole to leave the shoes there. And it was a Sunday and cold for so many hours. Then assessment came, and he said he wants 5 girls, 6 girls, to take those shoes from those rooms and bring it to another hall and just take it out from the burlap sack and come back and fill it in and take it out. And when it got a little bit already dark outside, he called the 5 girls he let go, and to me he said, "You committed sabotage." You see, the bathroom was all around, and 150 people when you needed to go in the same time, and how disgrace it was. If somebody had the diarrhea and there wasn't a place where to sit down, he would take and push in another one down in the inside. Then he said, I took a sack with the shoes and I put it in the bathroom there. And then it means I committed suicide. I committed sabotage. He took me in this shed when we put in those shoes, and he said I should lay down on the shoes. His name, I even remember, his name was Winkler, and he was beating it. I looked, it was all numb, but when I managed to look up, he had like a sham, you know, around his mouth. How you call in English? A a foam, you know, around his mouth. And so, just like a crazy man.
And he was beating you?
He was beating
With
me.
what?
With a page. They all wear those sticks, you know, and with after a while he left me there. I didn't move anymore, and I didn't know what's happened. I was gone really. But after a few hours, I tried to move my body, and it's so heavy. Then on all my floors outside was snow and ice. I just moved out, and there I was laying. I couldn't. And another few hours, and all my four, I crawled to this big hole where we slept. And I believe that the cold snow with the ice saved my life. And when I came in there, all the girls who I slept with him, they knew that, you know, he never left anybody alive, whatever he came and touched. Then in the morning, when we went to the appel, when the contest, in the back I stayed and they holding me up. Because if somebody was missing, you know, there would probably be 10 or 100 other girls would have been killed. And they hold me up. And when we got there to this place where we sorted things, they put some clothes on the stone floor, you know, because it was a place where airplanes came in. And I lay there a whole day until it was time to go home. And meanwhile, I got typhus and fever, and I was burning up, not a little water, not anything. But it meant to live.
So you had the typhus. Did anybody try and give you any kind of medical care at all?
I was afraid to say that I'm sick, because if they would have taken me to the Revere, you know, whoever was there, they always cleaned it up, cleaned that out, and whatever they did with him. But
so if they went to the...
You didn't say, but I had very good friends, and somehow, you had to have somebody who you wanted to care, who you loved. This kept us going. And I had a girl who, Eva Tusk, she's not alive anymore, and she kept on saying, Perelka, that was my Polish name, you know, Paul, if we're going to be together, we lived through the war.
What was her name again?
Tusk, Eva Tusk. And she died just 5 years ago. She had 3 children and 16 grandchildren she left. And we did live through the war together. But something happened where I don't understand either. That when we came to this room at night when we slept, I was awful tired. So tired that I fell asleep earlier than somebody else. And I don't know if I really wanted it or I dreamt, but I dreamt that my father came to me and he said, you have to escape, you have to get away. And in the sleep, I had a whole conversation with him, and the other girls were up. And when I woke up, they repeat to me what I had the conversation in the morning. The next morning, we had this a contingent that came to take away some girls. And for my own will, like somebody would push me, I step out from the line.
To go?
To go. And the couple, she liked me because I was quiet. I didn't, I didn't make any noise, and whatever it was, I didn't. Then she said in Polish to me, "You crazy? Don't you know where this transport will go?" And she hit me to show to the Germans that, she walked out from the thing. But I didn't stay in. I went out again. And they took the time, they took 40 girls away in a truck. We stayed at where they're supposed to drive out, at the entrance or exit. And everybody who went by from work, they cried because they knew that the same day we're not going to be alive. I sat in the truck, and some girls we knew.
Do you know why you wanted to go?
I don't know. I wanted to go, and I believe that my father's hand was still there.
So you felt that it would be a good thing to go?
I felt like I didn't even fight with it. I knew that when my father said, and I fought with my father, the girl said, "But you can run away from here." And just like somebody would push me. I don't know how to believe it, really.
And about when was this, do you know?
It was in the Flugplatz in the winter. Well, we made later, another few years more, I was in Fundea, this transport.
So when would you say this was about? In about 41 or later?
No, must have been like 41. And Fundea, we thought they're gonna, when they pulled out, we said the prayer of Vida, when you ask prayer before that. And who knew, we all cuddled together. We passed by Majdanek, and we thought that they're taking us. And we prayed, and we said, "Look, even Majdanek, it's too much for us. They're going to take us someplace in the woods, and they're going to kill us there." But the same night, was it? The night in the morning, they brought us to a little town, Mileov. And there was a factory they made marmalade for the Germans, a German factory. And the Polish people from this Mileov, from this little town, worked there. And it was a new world. They made carrot marmalade and apples. And when you work, you always could, we used to call it organize an apple. My God, it was something what the world doesn't see. And carrots.
So you were able to get a little extra food by working in the thing.
Yes. But
and where were you living?
It used to be a straw, where they keep the straw for the cows. There we were sleeping on the straw.
Was your friend Eva with you at that
Yes, we always kept together. We always kept together. And one day the girls from town came in, and they said, all the girls from the Flugplatz got killed. The Nana, the lot. And they said there is a town, a concentration camp, Travniki. They were all killed there too. And another one, Ponatov. We didn't even know about these camps.
Who was it that told you?
The girls from this little town who came to work,
So they were Polish girls who heard
girls,
the news?
and they were very nice to us. They brought us something, a kerchief, and the hair was growing on, a pin, and things like that. Then we didn't know what's what. Sure, and we thought maybe they forgot us.
Who
You
was
know?
in charge of you at that time?
Over time, the Ukrainians, you know, and they were worse than the Germans. Then they pull in the Ukrainians with a truck, and they said, "I off on the truck," and they start out. And we were sitting. I always sat in the front. That if something happened, I want to be killed, the first one. I don't want to see others killed. I thought the easiest death, the easier death will be to be killed. And first, I asked this Ukraine guy, and they know that they speak Polish. I said, "What time is it?" He said, "It's 4 o'clock, but for you it's 5 to 12. And give us everything what you have, because I'm taking you to a place, Travniki, where their SS stays with guns, and they killed all the Jews there." We thought that he wants to think. We wanted to believe that it's a lie. But when he pulled into Travniki, there were bodies all over the place. And they took us in a barrack, you know, where people who lived there before slept on those bunk beds, you know, that like this one I was looking. And at night, they came in 120 men. They led them in there to the next barrack, and they told us what's happened, that 2 days before, all the people from this camp had to dig ditches, and then they shot them in the ditches, and they left 120 men to pull out from the ditches, and there is a big bonfire where they burned and human bodies. I hoped that nobody in the world should smell this smell. And they said Kaddish, one recognized a mother, a sister, a loved one. This went on. Our job was now to work by the fire. If they brought in somebody who was hiding, they had to undress in front of the fire. They shut him in and right in the fire, and we had to take fast away the clothes. They didn't waste anything. And took till they burned the bodies. I have here yet a hole in my head where they drank a lot. He was drunk, and I wasn't running fast enough. He broke a bottle of my head, and the blood was gushing, and I held up my head, and I was running. And at night, Eva took something. There were enough clothes laying, and food too, because they took him out and they killed him. And the people, there were the most people were from Warsaw there, whole families. Then.
About when was this? Can you remember when about time this was? This was.
I do have.
Was it? No, you were 41 before when you got to the marmalade factory. So when was this? About the same year?
I think. This was. I have it here, 1943. It was already 43.
In the spring?
Yes, it was in the springs. You see, I made it Wednesday when 1,700 people were shot to death. And this was from the 3 concentration camps.
From the 3 concentration camps?
Yeah, it was together.
That was before you got to Travnicki? That was before?
This was,
yes,
before.
That was
because
before you got there, when you heard about them?
Yeah, when I heard about them, when we were there in the factory.
So now you were in Travnicki, and they were shooting.
And in Travnicki, and they were shooting. And when the man came back one day, and usually when they got in, they said Kaddish, and then the SS came in and they took him out, and we started to yell and scream. They said, "Don't scream, we will be right back for you." Then I looked on this bunk bed, there was a big coat. I put it on myself and undressed, that when I get there to the fire, they shouldn't let the dog bite me or they hit me, you know, when they throw me in. I should be all naked. And
what do you mean the dog bite you? They had
you
dogs?
know, they had dogs there by the fire, too.
And what did the dogs, what was their purpose?
When people came, they had dogs who were sniffed out of it. I don't know, when they brought the people who were hiding. They brought them there, and then they let the dog bite them. And stuff. Then under a bunk bed, there were a big piece of bread there. And when I got undressed, I said to Eva, "You know what? I don't want to die hungry." There I was staying, and we talked with Eva so much. There I was standing, undressed with this big coat, and I was able to eat. Because hunger, it's it's not the way we feel hunger. You are ready to bite your own flesh. It's a terrible thing. Not a human, I don't think so. It's very hard for me to believe it. Not a human being could really feel it, what was happening then. They didn't come for us. The next day, the assessment came, and he said, we are left alive because we have to take the barks apart. And whatever the Jews had there, the one who are dead, all the gold and the money has to go in the coffer, and you know, the things for them to have. One day, I pulled out from under a bunk a blanket, where I think it's a very important story for the world to know. And I heard a stir, then I thought a rat or something. It was already 2 weeks where the people were dead, you know. Then I looked a little closer, and I saw it's a child there. And I picked him up, and his head fell to her side. And I went over to the assessment who watched us, and I said, "I found him here under the bunk. Let me have this child. Let me take him into the block." We were 42 women there in this, where we were left alive from the contingent from Flugplatz. Then he looked at me and he said, "Even the ruthless assessment, you know, maybe he has kids home." He said, "Yes, you could have him as long you live." When he said that, I knew that in his mind goes, as long you live, you're not going to be alive. And he, you know.
And how old was the child about?
The child, he said that he's 5 years old, but smart.
What was his name?
Mareczek Zemel. After we, his head fell to a side. He had here lines, in his eyebrows. We didn't have anything with a little thing, and I took care of him. I didn't go to work. I went one time and I begged this assessment that I want to stay with him. If I could stay for a week in the barrack. And he slept with me, and his bladder wasn't all right. And we got so close. And he told me the story where he lived in Warsaw, and his name is Mareczek Samuel. I think that in the war years, those children were so grown up and so, I mean, a child from 5, 6 years, then he shouldn't, but he knew, and he told me that his father worked and he was left with his mother home, and the SS was knocking in the door, and the mother didn't open the door, but she hid him under a mattress. And when the assessment came in, they broke the door and they shot the mother. And he said, then I said, what did you do, Mareczek? He said, I just crawled from under the mattress, and I put my head on my mother. And he said, there was blood too, but I was waiting. When his father came back from work, he found his wife dead. The kid was full of blood. And he came to Warsaw, to Trawniki with his father. And his father worked, and he left him there for the day. They were afraid, children in the camp, they would have taken him away right away. Then he left a piece of bread and crumbs. And he says, my father left, and I knew he's going to come back, but my father never came back. And every day I took a little bit of the bread. But he said, my father never came back. And why, Perelka, why did he leave me there? And, break your heart, and you don't know what to say to a child. But he came with the little things we had. After a while, I had to go to work, and he was left in barrack, and he would, we left, and whatever food we find there were enough, and they fed us the food we got already, what the Germans eat, because they needed that to take those barracks apart. Then he stayed there by the door, and he said, where is my Perelka? And he waited for me. And I dreamt, and I thought, someday if I live, he's going to be mine, knowing that his mother isn't alive and his father isn't alive. Till one day, and we had a lot of money. We have money, we have gold, because people had in those, under the bridges, when you leave, you take what.
So you were finding this when you were tearing
We were
it?
finding all the time. And a little bit we kept for ourselves, though we could buy anything for it, Then one day he was riding in, and they said, from the Lager Fear, and he says, we don't need you anymore, and we're going to be all killed. Then I didn't know what to do. And the little boy said, where do you leave me? I want to go with you. Then I had a whole pack of money. Then I said to the Vach, to this Ukraine guy who stayed there with the rifle, who watched us, I said, here is a lot of money in jewelry. Take it and let him out through the gate. I don't want anything you should do and rescue. Just leave him out of the gate. And he was such a nice, with blue eyes and blonde eyes. And I said, nobody would, you know, just maybe he will be, his life saved. He took the money and he hit me with the rifle, and I ran with the others. And while we were staying there for a long time and waiting, and we should be shot, I was staying with my own thoughts that nobody could kill me. I left Marechek there, and he's going to wait for me, and I'm going to be back, very determined. After a few hours, he came to Lagerfeuer that he still needs us to take care of the other barracks. And when I think back that they were killed, I don't know, 2 million or so children, it's just 2 or 3 with a lot of zeros. But here is one child. He tells the story about all the other ones.
So did he let him out? Did the guard let him out?
No, he didn't. He grabbed the money and he hit me with a rifle, and I ran with the other ones. And as we stayed and waited in the line, you know, I told that I gotta be back. And when he came make that announcement that he's not ready to kill us, that we should, and I came back, here was Marechek on the floor. He cried himself to sleep. And when I picked up, if you could describe to see a happiness in a child, this was the picture. And you know, the other girls, we were so happy, and we were so, you know, that we have Marechek with us.
So how long were you there for then?
We were there till 40, I think 40, when it was liberated, Lublin.
But after the point you thought you were going to leave, how much longer did you stay there?
Oh, in this camp?
Mm-hmm.
A few months.
So this is still in Travniki. You were a few months longer.
Yeah, in Travniki I was longer, till one day it was my birthday, April the 10th, and the girls were excited. And how did we celebrate? That we used to get some marmalade and a piece of bread, and we put the marmalade, and this was the birthday, and everybody made it excited. The Führerlager comes in, and he said...
So this was your birthday, 1943?
Yeah, my birthday is 1923. I was born.
Right, so this was your 20th birthday that you were celebrating?
Yeah. And it comes and he says, he's taking away Marechek. That he got a befehl, that Marechek has to go. Well, I knew by then that I don't have anybody alive. I just thought that my sister is still alive in Russia, and now I'm not going to survive it. I just was ready to give up. I just couldn't. And I looked at this little boy, and he said, Perelka, where did they take me? And I don't want to go. I want to stay with me. Just to make easy his fear. I said, Marechek, you know, you are a big boy now. You're going to go to school. You're going to learn how to write and to read. And with his big eyes, he looked at me. If I'm going to learn how to write and read, the first word what I'm going to write down is Perelka. And they took him away. Is how much a human could survive, could, didn't get a heart attack, didn't, They took him away in this same, we used to have to go 10 of us to the bathroom because and come back, all of us, the same Ukraine. I said, whatever I find tomorrow, they knew that I'm going to get you, but you come back and tell me, where did you take Mareczek? He came back, and I knew where they're going to take. They took him to Majdanek. In the same day, he wasn't alive anymore. Then just the world should know that here where he was, that it's not to think, 2 million. This was a boy, a child who in his young life went through so much and was so smart and so bright, and who knows what kind of better world we would have had if those children would have lived. And they were just murdered, and the only crime was that they were Jewish. And so often I think of it, and there are still some animals, people, I can say it's not true. I was there. I smelled the smell of thing. I saw hanging. I saw killing. That nobody, and that's why I could tell me that, it wasn't there. And I am really very happy that they make now those things, that someday there will be something to know, and we're not going to live forever, because I was 16, I'm now 72, going to be in April 72, and so many died already too, that there will not be anybody to document all those things.
So then how long did you stay in Travniki then after that?
From Travniki, just a few months. And when everything was taken apart, they took us back to Majdanek. And by then, Majdanek had already crematoriums. And I ended up working there in the field. Then every day and at night, I would hear they brought soldiers from the front without legs. I could hear speaking. They spoke in Russia. Though I didn't speak Russian, but it's a Slavic language, and you know the difference between Polish and Russian when you speak Polish. Right to the crematoriums, and by right, they're not supposed to do. There were soldiers, or they brought Polish people who didn't deliver the contingent to them or something, what they had to bring the cows or something, right to the crematorium. And in the back, we were still, they were planting those beets for the sugar. And in the morning, it was a terrible thing. It was already hot, and it was in the summer. And you could find some teeth, goat teeth, and bones and things. And those beets grew so beautiful. And when they brought us some food there to the field with a wagon, and we always had this little cup with us. And I was so tired and hungry, but I couldn't even go and get this little soup. I went onto the wagon to cool off. But I survived.
So now let's back up for a minute. I know you said they had shaved your hair when you were in the straight dress. Was that a constant thing that they
Yeah.
cut the hair?
They took us, like they called it, auslausen, you know. They shaved the hair again and wherever there was hair. And how degrading this was, a young child, you know, and they took the clothes and they disinfected it and Laos, and we said it was a disinfection.
And then they gave you another striped outfit? Were
Yeah.
you tattooed with a number at any time?
Yes, I have my tattoo, this one, Auschwitz.
Can you hold it just out for the camera? Okay, so we didn't get there yet, to the point where you got the number.
No.
Okay.
But this too, you know, what it happens there when we were in the Antlausen. One day they took the clothes and they let us sit a whole night, so naked. Next morning we supposed to get. In the corner was sitting a girl, and I didn't know her. I don't know. Now if I figure, maybe she was French because she was a dark skin and she was shivering like that. And it's not just me, but the most people, it's remarkable. We didn't become animals. We wanted to help each other. Then, you know, I went over and I took her around, and I forget, I warmed her up with my body. After a few minutes, she looked up in my eyes and she said, "You're my mother," and threw her head down in the side, and she died in my arms. Now, after the war, if I go say the prayer for the dead, you know, any holiday, we said Easter, I always say, "My nameless friend." And my daughter says always, "You see, it meant that she should be remembered, that she was just went by." I said, I'm privileged. I'm privileged that I could, for this child who looked in my eyes and says, you're my mother, and she died in my arms. And I say Kaddish for Mareczek. It's true, I come home, I'm very heartbroken, and I'm thankful to God, really. I had a hard time. And from there, when
Majdanek. Okay,
Majdanek, when we went back, we walked for a long time, a long march, day and night.
When was this about?
In Majdanek, it was already in 44.
In 44. About what time of year do you remember?
It must have been in the summer or in the fall, something like that. And they worked with us day and night, and I could see that in the back, in Lublin, there were already fires burning. Lublin was already in flames. But from 44, we were liberated, all right, later where it comes.
So where did you walk to when you left Majdanek?
We came from Majdanek, they took us to Auschwitz. On the way, when we were already closer to Auschwitz, they put us, whatever it was left, you know, not too many from this group was left already.
About how many left together, do you know?
I don't know. We left 500 from Majdanek, but it probably dwindled down, I don't know, maybe 150 or so.
Do you know about how long you were walking, for how long?
It was a long time, I don't know. It was
Weeks?
terrible.
Was it weeks?
Weeks. They would stop with us on the way, like in a farm. We would sleep over, and the next day they put us on a train, and they locked the train, and they were bombed, the trains. And we looked up, in Europe, the trains have like baskets on top, little baskets. We didn't have what to eat, and we didn't go in the bathroom either. Then I went and I scrolled up, and every time I heard a bomb, I said, I'd rather be killed from a bomb from the United States or from any bomb. They shouldn't have a satisfaction to kill me. I shouldn't be killed from a German. And then they put us on a train with a platform, and they were shooting on the platform. And whoever got shot and fell down was left there. I had a terrible fear that I shouldn't be killed, and I should be left, that animals should, eat me. So I wanted to be buried, It sounds silly, but when you're in a time like that, you think of a lot of things, what maybe doesn't make to a lot of, when we came to Auschwitz, and by now we knew already what's going on.
How did you know?
The chimney was burning. It's just.
How did you know you were at Auschwitz?
Oh, it says the sign there, Arbeit macht frei. I think a big sign there. It was smelling the burned things, and you see that. How do you call what it comes out through the chimney?
Smoke.
The smoke came out from the chimney, and I looked up. It looked like little angels would come out the smoke. Maybe it's my imagination, but this what it looked. And I said, all the people what they fly out there, it's just little. We never thought would become alive. There, they took us in from the platform, and they took us in a hall, and left us there till the morning. And then we went lost. I got another. I don't know, not new, but a change of the thing. And when they made my number, I fainted. And when I looked at my arm, I saw the number. I was very upset, more than if anything else. How could I do it? That's my name. I inherited this name. And if somebody inherited, this is mine for life. At night, I was laying there and I was repeating my name. I shouldn't forget that I have a name. And it was I was hurting very much about it, that my name was taken away, that now I'm just a number. Things. We lived through so much, and from there, they took us to Bergen-Belsen.
How long were you at Auschwitz?
In Auschwitz, we weren't too long.
Weeks
I don't know,
or days?
Probably a few months. So.
Did you do work while you were there?
In Auschwitz, yes. They were taking us. I worked in a commando when they took us out every day. The same people, the command in the morning, after the appel, we had to. And they took us out of the camp, and we had to cut big pieces of grass, like you put sod in the thing. This we brought back to the camp, and we put it on the side. In camp, it should look pretty. Should grow grass. This was our work. And on the way back, sometimes we had to bring home back to the camp some dead bodies. And you had to drag him by the hand, a limp, where a piece of a person who walked out from here alive. And the only way you could do is thinking that this is a doll, that this is a rag doll. Otherwise, you would have given up and fallen.
So the people who died on the work?
They didn't die. They killed him if they didn't work fast. If somebody had if they wanted just some was staying there and just for fun and to kill. It wasn't the thing. And sometimes I think now I have arthritis, rheumatoid, the knees hurt, this hurt. But one day we came in and the Lagerfeuer came and the whole commando, we had to kneel on pebbles near the gate. And if you try to move, he hit us with his thing. But he was so scared. And somehow you did it. And then in Auschwitz, they took us to Bergen-Belsen. And Bergen-Belsen was a camp where the assessment came in and they picked people to take to another camp for work or to another place. And they hardly were feeding us, and they brought in like a big wooden thing with food, and we were so hungry. Then people were throwing themselves on it with this little thing to grab and they spilled it on the floor and nobody else had. It was very hard.
How did you get to Bergen-Belsen from Auschwitz?
From Auschwitz.
Did they take you by train or walk or truck?
I think we were taken by truck. Yes, to Bergen-Belsen.
And this was what time? This was after?
After already.
44. Was this into 45 already?
Yes, it was already a year later, when we
Was
left.
it spring or summer?
When we left, when they took us.
Do you remember if it was warm or cold?
It wasn't. It was a fall weather.
So it was.
Then in Bergen-Belsen, we really wanted very badly to leave there, but they came and they looked. They picked who looked yet like a human and who was strong enough to work. Then, how life wanted. I went out in the morning. They had such a big place, a round one. You put your shoulder under it. You didn't have with what to wipe, just to, you shouldn't get the lice and things like that. I saw there in the corner there was a piece of red crepe paper. And I came into these girls, and with these girls already we wanted the whole time from the beginning. I said, you know what? I'm going to go out and wet it. And we're all going to make nice red cheeks. And maybe we used to call them sailors people, when they came to pick out a group to work. When they come, maybe they pick us. And sure enough, we got all they came in and they took us. And I don't know, something happened that Eva was in the last roll and they cut her off. Then I walked out and I ran to her. I didn't want to leave her there because she kept on saying, Perelka, you're going to see, we lived through the war, and I know she wouldn't last. If she would, we would have been separated. Then I got hit and kicked and then, but I pulled her out, and she was already with me, and then they cut off another one. In the end, when he counted back, he took another one. I always felt so guilty. But you know, I didn't want to leave my life, and I didn't want to harm Eva. I knew I would not be able to live without. We did both survive.
So
And they took us to Ashersleben, a factory of airplanes, to work there. And there was already, we slept already in a bunk, and we had already water to wash, and we got the food from the German kitchen. And I worked in this part where you throw the bombs down with a big bore machine, and Eva was from the other side to hold a hammer and to flatten out this little like from this side we made a hole and we put like a little.
So you were making bombs? That was...
Yeah, we made the windows where they throw the bombs. And I kept on saying, they must be very deep in the ground, that I'm the one who make the window where they throw the bombs out. And I had a meister who, when I worked in the factory for a few days, one day, and everyone had a box with a number on it, because we didn't have any names. That was the number. And every day when I went there to take my tools out, there was a piece of bread, thin bread with a lot of butter and meat. And I was afraid to take it. I thought maybe he, want to trap me or something. I didn't, maybe so for 3 days. And finally, Eva didn't feel good, and I was hungry. I took it. But you see, he couldn't say take it, because if they would have catch him, they would have killed him too. But the minute he saw we took it, he continued to bring it.
Was he helping a lot of the...
No, just us, because we worked for him. He was our meister.
He was the supervisor?
Yeah, over this part where we worked. And when we were liberated from there, they took us to Theresienstadt. But before we left, he said to me, it was the end of the war almost, he said to me, you see, I hope, the war is over, he said, I hope that you will do for me what I did for you. And I thought that he is a good person, but when he said that, I thought he had a mind. He wanted to get paid for it. I should, when we get liberated and the war will be over. But anyway, I was thankful to him. We wouldn't have been able to work.
Tell me about the liberation. You mentioned liberation camp.
Oh, they brought us to Theresienstadt.
The Germans still brought you?
Mm-hmm.
The Germans brought you from the factory that you were in to Theresienstadt?
To Theresienstadt. And in Theresienstadt, I was a very short time, maybe 4 weeks. And we didn't work there.
What was it like there? Did it look pretty much the same as the other camps? Or
you see, the Red Cross, and they made it look nicer, that how good at the end of the war, that how nice they treated the Jews and things like that. Then we were, again, the whole group, and we were already 12 left.
12 from your original group.
Then somebody yelled. We were living on the top floor. Somebody yelled, "Be free!" Then we ran down. How we ran, I don't know. You know, after we you would believe that we couldn't even walk straight after all those things. We ran down. There was a big tank, and we were liberated through the Russian.
You saw the Russian tank?
Yeah.
Did they come into Theresienstadt?
Yeah, and we ran down, and there were other girls yet too, you know, liberated there. And we danced the hora, we kissed their boots, and they said, "Rabiata," you know, in Russian, let us go. There probably at other concentration camp what we wanted to free. It was a wonderful feeling to be free. But now we are free. The Russian left. The Germans ran away. There was nobody there, and there was typhus came in the camp in Theresienstadt. We were locked up. Nobody looked after us. And one day we heard that maybe 2 miles away, there is a concentration camp for men. We didn't think that men are alive. We didn't see a man through all those years. Then we all around there, not all of them, maybe 2, I think it was 2 or 3 from the 12 of us. And we see through a little window, we just slide in, and there was a big pile of potatoes. And believe me, if I would see today a pile of diamonds, it wouldn't make me as happy as we saw the potato. And there was a few men there. And one man said to me, "From where do you come?" I said, "From Lodz." He said, "There is a group." I said, "From where you are?" He said, "From Krasnik." Then I said, "You know, in our group, there is a few girls who lived from around Krasnik in little towns." And then, of course, he came up already, and sure enough, his brother was married to her auntie or something, that they were related. And
what was this camp? This was the men's camp?
Yeah.
And, it was just down from Theresienstadt. And
yeah,
it was
there's
part of
all in
Theresienstadt,
the part
the
of
men's.
but the man was, they were in another field a few miles away. Then, and my husband is very, you know, as quiet I am, he's very outgoing. And he was already an interpreter for the Russians. Then he wanted to take out those 2 sisters to make him papers that should go, you know, back to Poland.
So this was the man you were speaking to that you said you were from Lodz?
Yeah.
Was this your husband? That's how you met him? And what's his name?
Is Maris. Then he wanted just to take, and you know, we really didn't care, man, who was, what, where. Then he is ready to make papers because we were locked in, we couldn't leave, that those 2 sisters should leave. But we always promised ourselves, we are already 12, from the original 42 when we left Flugplatz, then we're gonna leave together. Then he couldn't help it, but he did take us, all of us, back to Poland. And we wanted to go to Poland. Maybe somebody is our life. And trains, you know. The Czech people are wonderful people, very good-hearted. The streets, the highways out fruit trees. And finally we arrived in lodge at night, and then I felt terrible. I felt I'm alone. I arrived here in town. Maybe I hoped somebody's still alive.
You went back to your home?
I went back to my home.
Was there other people living there?
I went to my home, and I ringed the bell, and somebody opened the door. Here there by the wood door is a wretched kid. She took me in, and there lived a family who were already a year free. You see, because Lodge was in 44, and she was in Russia. Then she came back early, and she says, "That's your home. You stay here with me." And I looked up, and on top there was still in the bedroom the little lamp. And I looked up, and I fainted again. Then she gave me something to smell. And I should stay here. She wanted to give me, she said she lost some children in the war. I should stay with her. And I left, and I never went back there. And I went down to the guy what take care of the buildings, caretaker. And he kneeled down, and he crossed himself, and he says, "I came from the other world," because we lived there, 300 families. He says, and nobody came yet back. And in Polish, I came from the other world. And I went all over the place, all over the city, and I left the name and the name of my sister. I hope this was my old hope, she will come back. And she isn't there. And Maris, after 2 weeks or so, when he came to Krasnik, on the way, when they were marching day and night, a girl ran away. And when she ran away, we looked around, she is not here. We thought she escaped. We heard a shot, and we thought that she's killed, that they killed her. But when Maris got there to Krasnik, and he got to talk to her, and he said that he brought with him a few girls, and there's a girl, Perelka. Oh, she said, my God, Perelka is alive. Then she was already married, because she was freed a year before. And she said, you better go back and bring her. Then I came back to Krasnik. I came there, and that's the way we met. We were stealing potatoes together.
So when did you marry then?
We married in 45.
In what month?
In September the 1st.
And where were you living then?
We lived in Krasnik for a while. But when I find out, my daughter is born in June. She was 10 months after we got married. And when I find out that I'm pregnant, it was Shabbos, and I was lighting the candles, and some stones were throwing into the window. Then we decided, first of all, I don't want to have a child born in Poland or Russia. I wanted she should be born in a country where it's free. Then we smuggled, and we had a hard time to leave Poland because we were Polish citizens, at the time. But the Israeli Bricha, they used to come and help. So then we decided we're going to go to Israel. And this was the time where They, they stopped the ships and they took him to where, you know, where they took the Jews, because they were not, England didn't let him in, to
Cyprus?
To Cyprus. And a friend of ours left there. Meanwhile, my daughter was born in Germany, in Poland. In Germany, I mean.
Where in Germany?
In Hamburg.
You had moved
On the way
try
back, when we traveled, she was, the Briha helped us to get back to Germany. And from Germany, you could have leave to Israel. And my daughter was born there. And what a wonderful thing happened.
And your daughter's name is?
Sarah. And, I looked on this child, and she had take place of everything what I loved in my life. When I brought her home from the hospital, and I put 2 chairs, we didn't have anything, 2 chairs, and I took out that drawer there and put on the 2 chairs, and a sheet, and I put it in there, but I was so afraid that when she went to sleep, I was sitting and watching her. I was afraid that one time I lost everything what I had, what I loved, that I was going to lose it too. And my children, we were very protective.
So when did you leave Europe then?
When we came to the United. Meanwhile, when we arrived, Maris find out that he has, and what it started, that I didn't go right away to Israel, that this friend, he lives now here, told us that you want to raise your child on bridges in a bunk beds, then you come. If not, you stay put where you are. Things will change. Then we didn't start out. But when we were in Germany, my husband found out that he had an uncle who lived in the United States. And, in this time, the soldiers from the United States, a Jewish soldier told us that his mother in the United States, she will find his uncle. She will, if there is somebody by this name, and sure enough, she found it. And this uncle said, you come to the United States, Israel can help themselves, and you come. But I didn't want to hear that's the place to be for Jews, and if not Israel, then I know it's the end of the world. But he promised us that if we still live here for a while, and we want to go to the to Israel, he's going to make it possible for us to go. Then we were left there.
So what year did you come to the United States then?
I think in 40, Sarah was already to her birthday, or the 3rd birthday was in the United States.
So you were in Germany for those 3 years then?
Yeah. And
how did you earn a living during that time?
Oh, my husband worked for the UNRWA, to take care of the food, to give, that everybody should get.
And he got a salary for that?
Yeah. If not a salary, he got food, the thing. And when she was born, it was a feeling, another Jewish mother, that Hitler didn't succeed. And we were 150 people there, survivors. She was the first baby born. that Hitler didn't kill us, that there will be a generation to come, another Jewish mother. And she was beautiful. I should bring you if I would see you sometimes. Beautiful little girl. And
Do you have other children?
yes, I have two sons who were born in the United States.
And what are their names?
Abe and Philip. Then it was a big, and when we came home with this baby, and we always laugh about it, I came home and I was so proud, and she had here right away to make a big, she had a lot of hair, and she was born in a Catholic, and the nuns in a hospital where the nuns are, and they kept her so nice and clean, brought her home. And when she was named in shul, the whole, you know, survivors, they brought in beer, and they made gefilte fish and everything. When we got to the house, my husband looks at me and he says, for this money what it cost us, we could have had a boy. Well, I was ready to kill him. It would have served him right, because afterwards I had two sons. And she is the apple of his eye, you know. But we did come to the United States, and we realized that it's a country, a blessed country.
Did anyone help you when you got here? Any organizations help you in this country?
Really, donor, you know, and the things. But we were very proud people, and when we came here, we moved in. He had two uncles here. One was rich, very rich, who had to sign the papers, you know, that we not going to need for the support for the United States. And the other one was poor, but he pushed for it. Then after we moved in, we came and we stayed there with this auntie. They lived in Flatbush. Beautiful. It was there 3 floors. And of course, we stayed a while till one day I walked down the steps from upstairs, and I had this little girl, was like a little doll. I heard where the auntie, the uncle was the family, said to him, you know, the kids are now, they had 2 children. The kids are now in camp. Where they're coming back, how are we going to have enough space here? And the baby touches the little table she had there in the living room. And it just stepped on my thing. Then I came down, I made him breakfast, and I sat down. I said, would you like to listen to me for a while? He said, sure. I said, it's not nice from my side that I listened, but I couldn't help. I just walked down. I said, Auntie, Tante, my mother had nicer tappy here than you had, carpets. And if I would have her just naked with her own life, I would accept her. I said, we slept on one bunk, 6, 7 of us, and if we had to turn, the 7 had to turn because there wasn't space, and we didn't choke. We survived. And I said, as much as you don't want me to hear, you are afraid, I don't want it to live here either. And I dressed this little girl, and somebody told me that in Brighton Beach, when people come, it was already the fall before, you know, when the school starts, after, you know, that people come to be close to the beach, and when the season of school comes, they go back. Then there maybe I find where to live, and I didn't want to go back there. Every time, everywhere where I ring the bell, they said they don't want with children. And here I came, and you know, by then I was very sick, really, mentally a little bit, and physically. It was very hard for me to justify why I'm here and not the others.
Did you speak of your experiences in the Holocaust to your children? Have you told them?
Yes, the minute they grew up, when they were little, and they asked me here to think. My daughter wrote an article when she started to talk, and I had knocked out here the teeth, and I didn't have money to make them. She said to me, why don't you have teeth? I said, a lady knocked it out for me. She says, why did she knock out the teeth? I said, because she didn't like me. You know, she was a little girl. What am I going to? And my daughter writes, and then I right away knew that my parents are special people. Then, and I talked about them, and I talked about the family, about the names, and they should know. And my children are very, you know, they're.
Before we close, is there anything special that we haven't talked about that you'd like to mention?
Yes, I would like to mention that the survivors, you know, when we came back, we have a very hard, at least I could talk about myself. It was hard to justify your own life. Why are you here and not the rest of the family? Or why were you picked from 5 sisters that you know you are here? It was very hard to like people, to trust people. You know, the people are the one who caused this out. It wasn't, never got angry on God, but the people. And I couldn't really justify that I shouldn't. I come from a family, from loving, kissing, and helping. You know, this is the way I grew up. Then I prayed a lot. I prayed a lot to God. He helped me so far that He should really let me make peace with myself, and He should give me the strength to trust people and to love people. Because those people what did to me, those are not the people. They weren't people, really. And God was good to me. We have a happy life. We got married. I have 3 children. And I have 7 grandchildren. And they're all beautiful. And of course, the best.
I want to thank you very, very much for sharing your story with us. This has been Gloria May interviewing Pearl Wiesenfeld Lang about her experiences as a survivor of the Nazi Holocaust. This interview will be included as a valuable contribution to the Oral History Library of the Holocaust Documentation and Education Center, Incorporated.